Shali, good morning. Good morning and welcome to HUSH Children Symposium 16. And it is my pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Shanaki Wright Vaughn. I'm a youth development consultant, and we will get started right away by first welcoming Miss Tishna Morgan, who's the administrative assistant here at Richmond United Church, as she leads us in devotion. Make her welcome, please.
Good morning. We hungry? Give me a more upbeat good morning. Good morning. Okay, can we say praise the Lord? Hallelujah. All right, so with anything we're doing, we have to give thanks, glory, and honor to God because He indeed is worthy of praise and He sets the tone for how our day is going to go. So as we begin our devotion, would anyone like to suggest a lively chorus? It's raining. All right, so I'm going to ask you to help me to sing. It's raining. I can feel it. It's the latter rain. Right on Jesus. He'll send more rain until we are wet, until we are soaked in the latter rain. All around me, I can feel it. It's the latter rain. Right on Jesus. He'll send more rain until we are wet, until we are soaked in the latter rain. How you feeling? Soak, soak. Wet, wet, wet. Tell me how you feeling. No, sir. Can we stand? All right, we're going to change the pace a little bit because I feel like, we wake up this morning and we're in our right minds, so we have to get a little bit more life in our bodies. All right? So let's try another one. Give me a livelier chorus. And let it overflow in love. My cup and I'll take fresh like me one day. Was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Fill my cup, let it overflow. Fill my cup, let it overflow. Fill my cup, let it overflow. Let it overflow in love. All right, praise a prayer chorus. Give me one that you know. You Shekinah, unending is all I long for. All right, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks, we give you praise, and we give you glory for this year at Children's Symposium. Father, even as we come before you this morning, we recognize that you are the sovereign God. You are the God of all gods, the King of all kings, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. Father, this morning we place your children before you. You created them. You knew who they were going to be before they were even born. And so this morning, Lord, as we open, we place this event before you, Lord. May it accomplish all that it was meant to accomplish and more. In your precious name I pray. Amen. All right, so this morning we're going to be talking about purpose a little bit. And all of us in here have a purpose. Because before we were born, the Lord created us to do something on the earth. So in Jeremiah, the book of Jeremiah, the Lord would have said to Jeremiah, I have created you to be a prophet to the nations. Now, Jeremiah was a child when God said this to him. You may be seated, sorry. Jeremiah was a child when this was said to him. And so, just like any of us, imagine this great big God coming to you and saying, hey, I have called you to be a prophet to the nations. Now, you know nothing about being a prophet. You probably have never heard the word prophet before. And it may be the same with a lot of us when we want to find our purpose and maybe someone tells you that, you know, you are meant to be a singer, you're meant to be a dancer, you're meant to be this great politician, but you do not know how to get there. For Joseph, he, as a child, as a teenage boy, he got a dream. And like many of us would be, he was so excited. No, he said, so he ran and told all his brothers and his father, like, hey, you know what? I had this dream that all of you would bow down before me. I'm going to be a great man one day. But guess what? It did not materialize just like that. Instead of him becoming that great man right away, his brothers sold him into slavery. Now, can you imagine that? Your own brothers, your own flesh and blood, sell you into slavery. Because of what? Jealousy. They were jealous of him because he did not understand the dream, but they did. And so sometimes others will see our potential before we do. And so after that, after being sold into slavery, but guess what? Regardless of what happens along the life road, whatever obstacles we face, purpose will still prevail. Because even though he was sold into slavery, he became the chief slave. And then he was placed in charge of his master's house, everything except the wife. Now the wife decided that, see a nice, handsome guy, I'ma like him, I'ma want him. So she decided to go after Joseph. But Joseph, being the man of integrity that he is, he rejected her. And she decided to tell a lie on him. And so he ended up in prison. And so, but he became he had a great role in the prison because purpose cannot be stopped. Now, while he was in prison, he said to the cupbearer, when you get out, please bring my name before the governor to say, hey, I did this great thing in here, I am innocent, please let me out. But that did not happen right away. About 2 years after, Potiphar had a dream and no one could interpret it. So, in that moment, he remembered Joseph. And so now, Joseph was sent for. And so, regardless of what we go through, we will accomplish the purpose that God has set before us. We may have obstacles, we may have things come up in life, but we will accomplish the purpose that God has set before us. So, Joseph now began to rule over this great kingdom. So he's now walking in that purpose that he dreamt about as a child. So you too can have a dream now and decide that, hey, how am I going to accomplish this dream? So you go to school and then you decide, what subjects am I going to do? I want to be a doctor, so therefore I'm going to go into the sciences. So you start there by thinking about what it is, and you can start as early as now to put things into place to become that person that God has called you to be. This is a part of how we accomplish our purpose. But, as I said before, along the way, we may have obstacles. And how we overcome these obstacles? By praying, by just remembering the vision, regardless of what is going on. You know that this thing must come to pass regardless of what I am going through today. And then you take steps, action, to move towards this thing that you ought to accomplish later on in your life. All right, so let us pray again. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for your word, and we honor you and we glorify you. Father, even as your word has gone forth, mighty God, Lord, before they were born, you purposed in your heart who they would be. And so this morning, we place them before you again, Lord, asking you, Lord Jesus, to remove any obstacles in their way. That, Lord God, today, whatever it is that they learn, that they will not only hide it in their hearts, but, Lord God, they will take action. They will take action towards the thing that they want to achieve in this life. In your precious and holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you again, Miss Morgan. So good morning again, everyone. I'm pleased that some additional persons have joined. So again, my name is Shanakay Wright Vaughn, and it is my pleasure to lead today's event. And at this time, I'll just do a quick run through again of our housekeeping so that the persons who just joined will be able to benefit from this. Do know that the bathrooms are to my right, your left, and you walk across the parking lot and the doors are appropriately labeled. Do note as well that there are 2 receptacles to the back of the room, just on the outside. One is labeled plastic bottles only. We are asking kindly that you only put plastic bottles in that one and all other garbage goes in the other. There is a nurse on location for any medical emergencies. Again, we are hopeful that nothing will happen today out of the ordinary, but just in case something does, I want you to acknowledge Miss McGoo. You will indicate to her if there's any sort of medical emergency, and she will assist you to the nurse. We also want to speak on the meal purchases. If you have not yet purchased your meal, you should go by the white tent that is in the parking lot so that you can place your orders before lunch, all right? Okay, all right, so let's just jump right into the program for today by first acknowledging some of the schools that are here, and we're trusting that others are on the way. First up, we have Bishop Gibson High School. Hi, welcome them, please. Do we have and Bishop Gibson High School is from Manchester. Do we have Brays River Primary School from St. Elizabeth? Still coming up Spurtree Hill, no problem. Do we have Broadleaf Primary and Infant School from Manchester? Not here as yet, that's okay. What about Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf? Welcome, welcome, thank you so much. How about Central High School from Clarendon? Not here, that's okay, they're on the way, I'm hoping. The Carteret College from Manchester? Hello, ladies. Grovetown Primary and Infant School from Manchester? All right. Jamaica Christian School for the Deaf from St. James? All the way from St. James, thank you so much for being here. How about Malden High School from St. James? Still on the way, no problem. Marley Mount Primary and Infant School from St. Catherine? All right. Merlin Otti High from Hanover? Is that a hand? No, not a hand, all right. Norman Gardens Primary School from Kingston? All right, thank you so much. Yes, a hand went up, people, clap them. Thank you so much. Snowdon Primary and Infant School from Manchester? All right. What about St. Mary High School out of St. Mary? Okay. Thompson Town High from Clarendon? All right, they're here, they're at the back, wave, clap them please. And last on my list here is Mapen Unit for the Deaf from Clarendon. All right, Mapen Unit for the Deaf, thank you so much for being here. I also want to just acknowledge our booth holders. You will see that we have an array of booth holders on the outside. You will get a chance to interact with them at lunchtime, and there may or may not be prizes after lunch, so I definitely encourage you to interact with them. We have the Jamaica Business Development Corporation, that's JBDC. We have Heart Trust NSTA. We have Jamaica 4-H Clubs. We have RADA. We have the National Council on Drug Abuse. We have the Restorative Justice Team. We also have the Institute of Jamaica, which you know is hosting today's activity. And then we also have the HIV STI unit from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Give them a round of applause, please. And just want to acknowledge that today's event is proudly endorsed by the National Child Month Committee. And as you know, we are in the middle of Child Month, which happens in May annually. And I may or may not have a prize. Who wants to tell me the theme for Child Month 2026? By a show of hands or a hand. National Child Month 2026, what's the theme? Come, I need at least one hand, man. Do we need a child? Who wants to guess what last year's theme was for HUSH Symposium? What last year's theme was for HUSH Symposium? This morning, all right? So beyond my very brief welcome, I want to officially introduce to you Mrs. Michelle Creed Nelson, who is the Executive Director at the Institute of Jamaica, who will share an
Good morning, everyone. I just want to acknowledge Miss Tisha Morgan, who held the devotion and the prayer, and Mrs. Wright Vaughn, our wonderful moderator for today, our interpreters, Tariq and Derona. Thank you so much for being here. All the schools that have so far attended and those that are on the way, we pray that they will arrive safely. I also want to acknowledge the Programs Division of the Institute of Jamaica, headed by Mrs. Jacqueline Boucher. Thank you for organizing, and we see staff members here. We have Miss Migoo and Miss Palmer and others, right? I can't name out everybody because I may slip up there, but I want to thank everybody for attending, and just so that we can have a very good day, right, filled with information, insights, and a willingness to go back and reflect when we leave here, to reflect and see how we can apply what we have learned to our daily lives. So let me just welcome you to the symposium. This is the 16th staging of the symposium, and I'm pleased to see everyone. And I'm hoping that everything would go well and we'll have a productive day. This symposium has become a signature event of Child Month for the IOJ, where we set aside a day to listen to our children and to help them explore the often complex and overwhelming issues that they face on a daily basis. Who knows the IOJ? What does IOJ stand for? Anybody? Yeah? I heard some. Institute of Jamaica. Have you been there? Let me see the hands of persons who have been to the Institute. Just one person? No, Ms. Boucher, we have to invite these persons to visit the Institute, right? So you know anything about the Institute at all, more than you just get an invitation to come here today? Nothing, right? The Institute is 147 years old, right? So it's older than everybody here, right? Right? And we are the premier institutions like Hope Gardens, which was a part of the Institute. The University of the West Indies as well came out of the Institute, and other important organizations, right? The Institute preserves the intangible and the tangible culture of Jamaica. See, really, folklore, ways of doing things, we preserve that. Spoken language, all of that. Tangible, like our artifacts, old-time something, all of that. Back from the Tainos. Everybody know Tainos? Learn about the Tainos, right? They were the first Jamaicans, right? So we have artifacts or things that they used to use from that time. That's why you call it artifact. So we have things from that time. We have we have animals and plants that are indigenous to Jamaica on display, right? And we also have a music museum that documents reggae from the early days to where we are now, right? So it is quite a place to see. We have a national gallery where the artwork, mostly of Jamaicans, is displayed. So I would implore teachers, principals, and students to really lobby to go to the Institute of Jamaica. All right? So we are looking forward to see you within the next couple of months. Okay? So it's not just a little thing that you attend here and you don't even know what this place is. It's all about the culture, and I hope to see you in Kingston very shortly. So you know that this year's theme is Own Your Decision, Shape Your World 2.0. And this builds on the foundation that was set last year, where we empowered our children to understand that they are the agents of their own destiny. This year, we have put together a program that will help to guide our children in making right and healthy choices for themselves. These presentations have been carefully prepared to deliver to assist them in charting the course of their lives. To all students here, today is for you. Do not be afraid to ask questions. And move forward with what you have learned. You are important, and your future is the future of our country. So we are looking forward for you to make the right decisions that will impact all of us. Yes, you are the future. Around, we are not as active, right? So you will be the decision maker before you turn around. You're an adult, expected to make sound decisions.
So take out your notebooks, or you can go ahead and use your program. I made some notes. I have prizes again, so if you listen keenly, you should be able to win something. So as was mentioned earlier, we have changed up the program just a little bit. And so at this time, we are going to have a video advert from Captain I Can. Play. It's a play, and the theme is Chatterbox, you're built for more. Anybody ever been issued that term that you chat too much, you're too rowdy, perhaps for our hearing students? You hear that you chat too much? Anybody ever get a chat too much? And for those of us who are signing, you ever get you're too rowdy, you need to calm down, you're too enough? I'd want to acknowledge at least one of them. None of them ever get it. Come teachers from our Christian deaf schools, none of them ever get any you rowdy before? I see somebody over there saying yes. Because as children, in our Jamaican culture, whether we are hearing or not, we hear hush. And what does hush usually mean? Be quiet, stop the noise, you talk too much. All right, so Captain I Can is ready? Yes, so it's Chatterbox, you build for more.
'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Backed by popular demand, this Child's Month, May 18th to the 22nd, Chatterbox, you built for more. Contact us at 876-805-3750 or email us at captainican1@gmail.com. Where do you want to go for Child's Month? You're built for more.
So it's a play called Chatterbox, and it is being played at, guys, they're behind the TV, so I couldn't see it. So you have to tell me where it is being played. Girl Guides Headquarters. And what are the dates? What a beautiful class. What a beautiful class. And later on in the program, you will hear more about Captain I Can and what Captain I Can is about. All right? So at this time, we're going to have another video as we get our preparations from the National Council on Drug Abuse. We have a video presentation about substance abuse. Yes, Tech? Yes? And then we will hear from Miss Maydeen McDonald, who is a psychosocial officer from the National Council on Drug Abuse.
And a little over 2 months into 2026, and the police, as well as the National Council on Drug Abuse, have identified troubling trends among the school-aged population. Among them, substance abuse and sex toys. Ramarda Lyons explains.
School is regarded as a safe haven, a shield from unwanted influences. But what happens when the issues are right at the school gate? DSP Patricia Powell, Zone Officer for Manchester, says adult toys are now a concern.
Up to recently, a sex toy was being sold at a particular school, and it.
Miss McDonald? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling this morning? How are we feeling? Stand up, everybody. Stand up for a minute. I'd love for everybody to just put down the phone and take a deep breath in. Ready for the deep breath? After 2. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Now, think about something that makes you happy. Everybody thinking about something that makes them happy? And then with that, we can have our seats. Thank you. So let's try this again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is more like it. All right, so the name is Nadine McDonald. I'm the Psychosocial Officer of the National Council on Drug Abuse for the Parish of Manchester. And this morning, I'd like to speak with you on Escape the Vape. And we all know what vape is. So these that I have in my hand, these are what we call a vape. So they come in all different shapes, colors, sizes. Some may take the form of purses. Some may look, some may look like highlighters, markers, rulers, water bottles. Some might even look like pepper spray. Yes, it's true. I've seen a lot of them. Some actually will look like a correction pen. Or yes. So understanding the harmful effects of vaping. So anyone in the audience can tell me what a little bit about vape, what they know about it. Anybody? Sure, stand up and. And you can tell me why do you think it's highly addictive?
Because it has a substance called nicotine.
Very good. It does. So, vaping is an inhaling of an aerosol or mist. So when you vape, it's like a mist that you actually inhale, and it is an e-cigarette. Why? Because it's electronic and it has a little charging port. I'm gonna send these around so you can be okay with what I vape. You can just pass it around. It can actually turn on and charge. So when you actually inhale this mist in your body, all right, so I'm gonna give you a minute for you to look at it, and then I get back to the presentation. So when the vape is actually being charged, and before, when you turn on the vape or when somebody tries to use it, it's a built-in operated battery light in it, and what it does, it heats the liquid until it turns into a mist. So it's actually heated. They don't feel it on the outside, but it's heated, and then it is inhaled. So let me ask, facts or myth? I have a little questions here. So I'm going to ask the questions and you tell me if it's a fact or if it's just a myth. Vape is safer than smoking cigarettes. All right? Vaping can cause popcorn lungs. Yes. It is just water vapor. It is not addictive. Lovely. Vaping can lead to death. Facts or myth? All right. There is no real harm. No real harm is done by vaping. Lovely. Lovely. And definitely, there is a harm done by vaping. Why? Nicotine is the addictive substance that is in vape. Now, vape has varying chemicals in it. And so, I'm going to tell you a little bit of the chemicals that are found in vape. So, nicotine is one. That is the addictive chemical. Then we have flavorings. We have like mango peach, mango crush, berry blast. We have bubblegum strawberry. So they have the different, you have citrus blast. And yes, so we have like different flavorings. It also has benzene. And anyone knows about chemistry, benzene is car exhaust compound. Yes. It has propylene glycol. It has acrolein, weed killer. It has cadmium, a toxic metal. Students, I really hope that you're listening. It has diethylene glycol. It is the antifreeze ingredient. It has acetaldehyde and formaldehyde. Now, formaldehyde is a preservative, and oftentimes formaldehyde is used to preserve dead bodies. Yes, it is. So let me ask you, students who are here, would you put the corpse of a dead person into your mouth? But when people vape, that's actually what they're doing. Formaldehyde, they're taking in formaldehyde, and it's highly toxic and corrosive. It has nickel also. It has tin, and it also contains lead. So you see how poisonous the chemicals in vapes are? They're really, really toxic. No, why do you think people vape? Anybody in the audience, why do you think people vape? Yes. Yes, you, miss. Pardon me? Excellent. Anybody, Miss Bishop, you had it, Miss DeCartret, you had your hand up? All right, so you're all correct. Some people vape because of peer pressure. No, peer pressure is when you are influenced by your peers to do something negative or positive. But most often, we have negative peer pressure. Am I correct? Some people vape because of curiosity. Because we see it trending, we want to try it and we hear about it. Am I correct? We vape because of curiosity. Even though we know there are harmful chemicals and even though there are adverse effects, even death, we still do it because we are curious. And if one thing I know about the generation that we're living in is curiosity takes precedence. Am I correct? We also vape because of stress or problems. People tend to vape because they said that it calms their nerves. It's true. So, of course, after you vape, you're going to feel calm for a bit, for a while. But actually, after that, you realize that after it wears off, anxiety sets in, depression. And sometimes persons who vape has an issue in communicating. And one thing I know about vape, when you vape, you see, it slows the brain's development. And when the brain's development is slowed, what happens is, you see some people, they act immature. You ever see smokers and they're very immature and it annoys a lot of us. Am I correct? So, what happens is, they age, the body ages, but the brain doesn't. So you start vaping at grade 6. And what happens is you're 12 years old at grade 6. And you vape and you continuously vape. And then you reach 16, your body has matured. But the brain hasn't matured. And it is said that for a human being, for males especially, age 25, when your body fully developed brain. For females, age 21. And so what happens is, we become 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds with a 12-year-old brain. We cannot function in society well. Cannot function because of these problems. Wanting to feel accepted. Vape doesn't actually soothe your stress. It causes stress, anxiety, and depression. Short-term effects are respiratory system, short of breath. You realize that you vape and after a while, you can't, you used to be able to run, but even if you take 10 steps, you have palpitation issues because you've now developed respiratory symptoms. Increased risks of infections. Long-term effects, chronic lung condition, popcorn lungs, inflammation and damage, and cancer. Yes, vaping leads to cancer. And after you vape consistently, eventually the lungs just collapses because you can no longer function because you would have damaged your lungs. vaping can lead to addiction. Vaping leads to impaired brain development. And I'll tell you a little secret. You see, for females, a lot of the issues that we're seeing nowadays, they vape. In the parties, they call it the hookah. It's the same components that are in vape that in the hookah. And what happens is a child that is exposed can have brain development issues. Cerebral palsy is also one of those neurological illnesses. Mental health issues. We have more persons who are vaping. Suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety, mood swings. Those things are associated with vaping. Cardiovascular effects are also associated with vaping. Social risks. We spoke about peer pressure, damaged relationships. Because the truth is, for some of us, our teachers are at school and they're saying to us, or they confiscate the vapes, and I'm here doing a presentation, and I really hope that many of you are not just listening, but actually taking away something and can be that positive influence, because it is prevalent in our schools, even in our primary schools. You'll be surprised and amazed at the accessibility of vapes. Damage relationships because you vape and you have anxiety, paranoia sets in, everything is now a trigger. Suspension from school, loss of privileges, social stigma. And we all know that there is a stigma associated with smoking in Jamaica. Who wants to be stigmatized? No one. And legal issues, because if you are not comprehending well, cerebrum is suppressed, cerebellum is suppressed, then obviously your thinking capacity is suppressed. And once you're not thinking well, you're not able to make sound decision. And these are issues that are associated with vaping. You see how vapes detrimental and so many ills and so many things that vaping actually cause? Students, this is serious. Parents, caregivers, this is serious. And we have to help our younger persons as we go along, our community persons, because the truth is so many persons are still aware of some of the chemicals that are in vape. Avoid vaping. How to avoid vaping? Choosing better friends. Choosing better friends, because sometimes we say, I'll never do it. But because our friends are doing it and they are cool, and we want to be cool, so we try it because we're curious just to fit in. Focus on positive attitudes, activities, mindfulness, practice mindfulness. Learn about the dangers of vaping. And it's simple. It is simple to say no. And remember, no needs no explanation. Just no with a full stop behind it is good enough. Walk away. If you're being influenced, just walk away. Change the subject. In conclusion, vaping carries with it negative physical, mental, and social effects. Now I'm going to ask a few questions, and I have a little giveaway. I have a little giveaway today. Can somebody in the audience, any student, Name 2 chemical components that are found in vape. All right, I saw Miss Bishop Gibson hand. All right. Very good. Yes. Yes. And could you read what is on the pencil case for the audience? Because it's a message, it's a sound message.
It reads, get high grades, A+, not high grade.
All right. Say it again for the audience.
Get high grades, A+, not high grade.
All right. And why? Because THC is also found in vape, and THC is found in ganja too. I have another question. What type of lungs does vape, what happens when you vape? All right, Mr. Carteret. Yes, ma'am, popcorn lungs it is. All right, thank you for having me, guys. I hope you learned something.
No, I learned a lot, and I'm trusting that you did as well. You know, in looking back at today's theme about owning your decision and shaping your future, your world, sorry, we want to also highlight the fact that while you are here in this audience, it is also our duty to ensure that when we go back into our schools, we go back into our communities, that we share this information with our peers. I'm happy to see that quite a few persons have been taking notes, persons have been recording, so I'm trusting that even for guidance counselors and senior teachers who are here, that this information will get to the students. Because in order to own your decision and shape your world, we want our friends to be a part of our world, right? And so we want to encourage everyone that as you get the information, we need to be passing it along. I learned so much just now. I've been out of school for a little second. I may not look it, but I have been. So when I hear these things just now, I'm like, I'm out of the space. But I do have a son. And so I am very much in tune with what's happening in the space, and I trust that we continue to pray for our children because, as she mentioned, the peer pressure is real, right? And I've seen enough heads nodding. The peer pressure is real, and so it is up to us who are in this audience and those who are online that we are sharing the information and encouraging each other to not throw away our future and to throw away our health as well. All right, thank you so much again, Ms. McDonald. So at this time, we will have a performance. It's an item called I'm Gonna Be Ready. It's by Hands in Praise Sign Language Choir from the Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf. And this is a track by Yolanda Adams, arranged by Miss Opaline King and Mrs. Lorraine Mitchell Douglas. So may I ask, what's the sign language to welcome them? Welcome, it's two things, okay. So we want to welcome the Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf. And then yes, they're here? Awesome. Something I definitely appreciate about being a student is you have to ensure that you're well tucked before you come in front of an audience. It's beautiful. Right here. Okay. Can you help me with this? They're coming up. They're coming up. Okay. Put it on this side there.
Can you move it to the side so it won't?
I say a prayer every night. Whatever I do, I'll get it right. With no regret, no guilt, no shame. This time, no, not this time. Once I surrender, I won't dare look back. 'Cause if I do, I'll get off track. Move ahead in faith and patiently await your answer. What will it be? Sight beyond what I see. You know what's best for me. Prepare my mind, prepare my heart for whatever comes. I'm gonna be ready, strength to pass any test. I feel like I'm so blessed with you in control. I can't go wrong, 'cause I always know I'm gonna be ready. I was free to do what I wanted to. Lost everything, but I still had you. You showed me your grace. Now my life's renewed, and I thank you. Yes, I thank you. So I'll tell anyone who'll listen, I'll testify about how good you were to me when so-called friends passed me by. The fact that you would show somebody so broke down, so much mercy beyond what I see. You know what's best. I know you know what's best for me. Prepare my mind, and prepare my heart for whatever comes. I wanna be ready, strength
Thank you so much for that wonderful performance. Give them another round of applause, please. Awesome, awesome. Always such a pleasure to have all our students be involved in activities such as this. All right, so we are just behind by a few minutes, so we'll just go right ahead with our next presentation, which is from Mr. O'Brien Thomas, who is a manager, a mediator, and a trainer. He'll be speaking on mediation, principles, and practices. But just before Mr. Thomas comes, and while his presentation is being queued up to go, just to give some background on Mr. Thomas. He is an experienced manager, mediator, and trainer with a diverse background in project management, dispute resolution, media production, and education. Skilled in leadership, conflict management, and a creative in content development. Mr. Thomas actually holds quite a number of core skills and expertise. Again, as part of he's a certified mediator and trainer of trainers from ADR Center Global. He is a leadership and team development. He has experience in leadership and team development, in media production, education and training, and other technical skills. Now, he is currently a manager, and he also serves as a project manager with he has served as a project manager with the Manchester Peace Coalition, which is a UN initiative. Now, Mr. Thomas is currently, or has completed, which one? He said which one, guys? We are seeing about 10 listed educational items here. We will not run through all, but just to note that he has a master's degree in theology from Urban Theological College. Clap him, yes, please. He also holds quite a number, a varying range of certifications and other educational areas such as psychology, software application theory. He has diploma in Caribbean studies. He also holds accounting technician's degrees and certificates. And he went to Homewood Technical High School, which is in Manchester. So he is a son of the soil. And some other certifications, just to note. He has done he's a designated safeguarding lead, and also he works with students with special needs and has a certificate in ADHD awareness at level 3. So again, I want you to welcome Mr. O'Brien Thomas as he presents on mediation, principles, and practices.
Hello, good morning, everyone. All right, it's a pleasure for me to be here, Masters of Ceremony and other members of the Institute of Jamaica, all other protocols being observed. I'd like to thank the schools and the students, our honored guests that are here. And just to say it's a pleasure to be here. You know, a while ago when the students from the school performed that beautiful piece, at the end, I wanted to clap, to give the sign, and I also wanted to cry. I wanted to cry, inspired to see what our country has awaited, the future. And from what I saw on that stage, it's a bright and vibrant future. Could we give them a hand up, everything together? All right, thank you. Thank you. So this is good. Come a bit close. I hope you don't. Am I to be this close on the podium? Am I? All right, good. No, there are two reasons for that. One, firstly, I'm also a drama teacher, so I love to engage with my audience. Secondly, I had to step down. Am I cutting out sometimes? Have another. All right, well, Mr. Mentions, there is a note that says, any of the students read that for me and tell me. All right, bad thing happens when communication fails. One of the principals from the National Council of Drug Abuse was talking about the vape. Thank you, sir. Escape the vape. And in the Escape the Vape presentation, we were told that the vape slows down communication. Now, if it slows down communication, it will have a devastating and vast effect on how you tackle what I'm about to discuss, which is a method of communication, a very potent skill that you need to have going forward in life right now. Bad things happen when communication fails. For the adults in the room and some of the students that are aware of current events, there is a war that is happening right now in the Middle East. You're aware of it? All right. There's 3 countries that are the main potential contributors, fighters, and also one other country that is very important to what is happening. Now, the 2 main ones, who can tell me who are the 2 main countries involved in the war? Yes, students. Can't stand. US and Israel, all right, they're participating. Is there another one? So who's on the other side? Iran, thank you. Now, with all the war that's going, in May of 2026, one other country has gotten involved, and it's the most important out of all of those countries, as might as the United States is. Can anyone tell me what that other country is, the most important country in all this war? May of 2026. Pakistan. Could you stand, please, and say that a bit louder? Did everyone hear her? Pakistan, thank you. Why is Pakistan the most important country out of every country? Because it is mediating, because communication has failed and bad things are happening. Thousands of people are being killed, property, lives lost, resources gone, oil price going raised. But one country, Pakistan, has stepped in to mediate, and through that diplomacy, mediation that's taking place, they can help to hopefully stifle or stop this atrocity that will affect all of us. Although it seems like it's across the world, it will affect us. It will affect us. All right, could you go to the next slide, please? So bad things happen when communication fails. Okay, next. So today I'm here to talk about mediation. Have any of you ever heard the word mediation before? By show of hands, mediation. Any of you? Oh, a lot of people here. Could one of the students, perhaps, could you try to explain what you think mediation is? No one? All right, one of the teachers, perhaps. Then I saw a few hands going up around the back. All right, no one right now. That's all right. I will get through it. So mediation comes from an old philosophy, from Greek philosophy, actually. Today, most of you, all of you, because even if anyone had experimented with vape, I'd like to think that after hearing these messages today, you'll stop. So you'll become effective communicators, and you will learn that you are going to lift your philosophical thinking to a greater level. Mediation comes from a Socratic Greek philosophy, way of thinking, where you use dialectics, where people talk together and they reason together, not to establish group A or group B's truth, but to create and develop a new truth that we all can live by. Could you go to the next slide for me, please, my brother? So mediation, what is the process of mediation? So mediation, in its essence, is a voluntary and confidential process. Voluntary means the persons that come to mediation, they volunteer, they come freely, nobody forces them. If you go through the judicial system, through the court system in Jamaica, usually before you reach there, you try to negotiate. When negotiation fails because you can't talk to each other about a situation you have going, you would probably then go to a court system to charge someone for a wrong that you thought have been done against you. When you go to the court, one of the first alternative resolution process that's mentioned to you is mediation. Mediation is where you get to go before a third neutral party that tries to help you through the negotiation process to get over your differences. Now, if that fails, of course, you'd move on to arbitration and perhaps litigation. What else does mediation do? It helps parties to resolve their disputes cooperatively or collaboratively. So the parties, Group A and Group B that's in conflict, they work together to actually create the solution for their problems. It is facilitated by a neutral third party. So the third party, the mediator, does not have any stakes in the game. They have nothing to win nor lose, but their skill is the ability to help the parties to negotiate in a professional manner that takes away the negatives that's being said and clean it up, and persons move away from their position where someone is upset to see the issue that caused them to be upset. And when you see the issue and it's given in a clairvoyant sense, the parties A and B can then move to the resolution of that conflict. All right, mediation, it focuses on communication and mutual understanding from both sides. It is widely used in workplace, families, schools, and businesses. Next slide, please, my brother. All right, what are the core principles of mediation? And I'll go through these fast. You have neutrality. The mediator is neutral and impartial. Confidentiality. There is great amount of confidentiality in the process of mediation. Therefore, if any of the party, A or B, says something within that space, they can be fully assured that their business won't go road. And that confidentiality is also guaranteed under our Jamaican laws, the laws of privacy. And if it's a court-sanctioned mediation, there's even more guidance and more credibility with the confidentiality, because if someone breaks the confidentiality, then you can be charged for contempt of court, which you'll get a severe fine and maybe prison time. It's a voluntary participation. We mentioned that again. Respect and active listening. That's from the mediator. So the mediator listens and in a respectful way. Because when persons are upset, they will say things because they are hurt and they want the next person to hear. But the mediator have a way of cleaning up what is said, listen to how it's been put, and then give it back in a more euphemistic manner where you remove some of the negatives. Self-determined by the parties. So the parties that are in the conflict will be the ones who decide, not the mediator. They will be the ones who decide the outcome of this conflict. Next slide again, my brother. All right, so why mediator? And why mediate? Why mediation? Why choose anyone choose mediation? Just go to the next slide. Okay, thank you. Why mediation? First of all, it reduces the conflict. It stops it from escalating any further. It saves time and legal costs. So a mediation session will cost you less than 1/3 of what a litigation would cost you most of the time. And if your litigation gets even deeper, it gets more expensive. Mediation is quite cost effective. It preserves relationship. So instead of persons being upset at each other at the end of the process, they would have heard the other person's point of view and leave from that session with a sense of, oh, I didn't like how him or she did behave, but after hearing what they were feeling, I have a better understanding. So they leave with that. So it preserves relationship. Encourages creative solutions. Because the participants are the ones who come up with the solution to their problem, they are more likely to stick to it because it's not imposed on them like an arbitration where a judge or a professional tell them what to do. They are the ones who create the solution. They're more likely to come to actually stick with it and stay with it. It encourages creative solution that that the parties would have created. It promotes long-term cooperation. Because now we created this thing together, we have to live in this community together, we have to live in this school together, we have to stay in this classroom together, in this church building together, and we created a solution so it's easier for it to work. And I know I'm going a bit fast, my apologies, but mediation is quite complex, so I'm just giving you an overview. If you need any further information on mediation, feel free to contact me through the organizations like Dispute Resolution Foundation, and myself or others can assist you with it. And we can come and make longer presentations. All right, the mediation process. I'll just quickly tell you how the mediation process works. So the mediation process, it starts first of all with an opening statement. That's where the parties A and B would come and say, this is the problem I have, A, this is the problem I see, B, and then the mediator would identify what the issue is out of those problems. They would explore the interests and concerns that each of the party have, generate options of how to deal with it, negotiate and look at arguments, why should that method be used instead of the other, and then there's a closing session. All right, the role of the mediator in all of this. You know what happened? I am going to take a break right here and invite some of my students to actually show you sometime a brief illustration, dramatization will actually help to convey the message even better than listen to me with a pedantic talking. So could I please invite some of the students to come up here and give you a brief, you can go on stage, ladies, go and give you a brief illustration of what a mediation session would look like from its inception to its resolution. All right, thank you. Switch over the next slide again for me, please. Next slide. All right, you can stop right there. All right, please, you can go ahead. Okay, 1 second, 1 second. We're going to give you some mics. The audience aren't hearing you properly. Could you hold this mic? Okay, thank you.
Girl, upload the newspaper them, put it on wall and everybody, right, girl?
We just say, repeat yourself.
Upload newspaper.
But Lord, upload it where? You better put that on social media.
Every time I get device, want to reading.
You're too old-fashioned, girl. A social media running place. What you talk about?
Want to them.
Ladies, calm down. Calm down. What's the issue?
Every time I get up a gadget. Them have a problem with me because me say reading is important.
But you better put it on social media so everybody can see it.
Right. So what do you think could be a possible solution?
Publish it traditionally.
That doesn't sound too bad. That could have worked.
Yes, girl.
Now do you see the importance of communication? Shake it out.
Yes, miss.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies. So, did anyone observe any little technique that was used there to resolve a brewing confrontation? By show of hands, anyone? Yes? I'm sorry, let me lend you this.
Yes, the young lady came in and she tried to mediate. That's why, yeah. The young lady came in and she tried to calm them and to mediate, basically.
Okay, thank you. So she said the young lady came in and tried to calm the situation, mediate between the parties that had the dispute, and bring a creative resolve, not by her telling them what they should do, but allowing the parties to actually generate their own solution. So in a quasi way, that's what mediation is. It gets more complicated, but that is it right there. All right, so a great writer, from our history, F. Scott Fitzgerald, he wrote The Great Gatsby, in case any of you ever read that book. He says, and this is referring to the mediator now, the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. That's what the mediator does. The mediator is able to listen to one set that want to go full digital on social media, the other set that want to print the physical book like the program that you have in your hand, and hear what both of them are saying and understand what both of them are saying, and then filter it to bring out a truth that both of them can appreciate and understand. Could I have the next slide, please, my brother? All right, so communication skills. These are some of the skills that are required by the mediator to have. And this is why staying away from vaping is good, because if you're not communicating good, it's going to be a bit difficult. So, communication skill, active listening skill. You have to be able to listen, not for what you want to hear, but for what the parties are saying. You may not always have to agree, but you have to listen. Use open-end questions. Just like when the mediator, the young lady that played the mediator, she said, what do you think can be the solution? She didn't force upon them a solution. She allowed them to generate a solution. Reframe negative statements. Someone say, boy, I don't like how she are galang and rare. She can say, oh, I can understand that you're upset. I'm hearing your concern. What is the issue? Managing emotions constructively. The mediator's role, she is very calm and professional. Allowing parties quite comfortable and secure in presenting their perspectives. All right, and also at the end, the mediator would, thank you, sir. The mediator would summarize and restate what the positions are so that a resolution can be created, write up an agreement or a contract that the parties would then abide by going forward to have a better relationship. Next slide. All right, so the negotiation techniques. Next slide again, please, sir. Yeah, the negotiation techniques. These are some of the intricacies you're going into now. So you have interest-based negotiation. What are the interests that the parties have? And you reason from that point. Not their position, but their interests. Finding common ground. All right, both of you, one want digital print, one want physical print. The common ground is that both of you want the information to get out there. So you both have a common ground. So how can you work with that? Exploring a win-win outcome. Both of you still want the magazine to be published. So how can we work together to get that done? Reality testing. Reality testing, maybe it's expensive to do print in these modern days. So that's one of the reality. So maybe we roll back on some of the printing and go more social media on some part. Yeah. So the reality, the mediator helped to ask those questions. Is it really, do we really have enough, will it be expensive to actually produce these papers? So once you ask it, you create this interesting question that the parties think about. Build trust and cooperation. So the mediator helps to build trust between the parties and cooperation between the parties. Next slide, sir. Okay, some of the challenges, and I'm almost at the end. I know you have been very patient, thank you. Almost at the end. Some of the challenges in mediation. Power imbalance. Some of these can emanate, or these can come about. Let's say you have a mediation session at a school where there's a parent and a student, or a teacher and a student. There is immediately a power imbalance because one is authoritative, the next one is subservient. So the mediator helps to balance that. You have emotional intensity. Some persons are sensitive, so they may cry when someone says something offensive to them. The mediator has to be empathetic and know how to lean into what the person is feeling and say, I can see that you're hurting, and let them feel as if their voice is being heard. Lack of trust. Of course, you can have lack of trust because persons may have been betrayed. They may have been wronged. Maybe they trusted one party that they would stand up to their word and they betrayed them. So that is coming into the session as well. So as a mediator, we have to be aware of these. Communication barriers. There can be communication barriers. Communication barriers are varied and wide. It can be that one person is Catholic, one is Presbyterian, one is a Rastafari, and these small, what may be small, seems small to other person may be a big thing to an individual. Your religious belief, your social standing. Someone can go to a prep school and someone go to a normal government school, and one may think they're richer than the other. So these little things can provide barriers for communication. All of these the mediator has to be sensitive about and aware of. Next, resistance to compromise. Some people may not want to compromise. So because they think that if I back down and say I'm wrong, people are going to look less at me. So the mediator has to know how to deal with that as well. So the ethic and confidentialities of the mediation process. It's important for privacy of mediation. Ethical responsibilities of the mediator. We mentioned some of those again already. Avoid conflicts of interest, which we just mentioned, like the religious, social standing. Ensure fairness and informed consent. Make sure that whoever is in this in sessions, they have informed consent. With children, we know the age of consent, what it is. If a child cannot agree to certain things, we should have a responsible adult there that represent. If we have someone that's otherwise abled or incapacitated in some other way, we should be aware that someone should sign for them or represent them or stay with them, a vulnerable person in society. So all of these are important considerations from the mediator's point of view. All right, I'm going to skip the case study because the students amplified that for me. All right, wrapping up. Mediation is actually, and this is one of the few places in life where you'll find a subjective point of view, subjective consensus being created. I know in life you're always here to be objective and stand back and let the objective facts present itself. Mediation allows subjective consensuality, where the parties, from their subjective personal point of view, create the decision that is made out of mediation. All right, so some of the tips for a successful mediation, and as I said, you can contact myself, or you can contact the Justice Training Institute, or you can contact DRF to actually get more information on this, the Dispute Resolution Foundation and the Ministry of Justice. So tip for successful mediation, prepare thoroughly if you are playing the role of the mediator. Prepare thoroughly, remain calm and objective, as our actress did. Focus on the interest, not the position of the disputants. Encourage empathy. I can see that you're sad. I hear what you're saying. Empathy, be empathetic. Document agreements clearly. Clearly write out what party A and party B agree that they're going to do going forward to make their relationships better. All right. Key takeaway, mediation is collaborative and solution focused. Communication is central to success. Natural facilitation builds trust. Effective mediation can preserve relationships. Practice and preparation improves the outcome of the sessions. All right, you can go to the next one. Thank you. All right, so that is my brief presentation on mediation. I apologize if I went a bit too far fast, because I am keeping my eye on the time, and I know you guys are tired, and you probably want a little break in between. But I hope you did glean something. Is there any questions that you'd like to ask at this point, just before I turn over back to the moderator? Any questions? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so the question that is asked, focus on the interest and not the position. Position, thank you. So how you focus on the interest, usually there's an underlying interest behind everything that we do in life. This morning when I'm coming, I dressed a certain way, there is an underlying interest. I could have come in a t-shirt, but I came in a more dressed up shirt because the interest of why I'm coming is to present. So because of that, my purpose here is dictated by my interest. Now, in most cases, when persons are in conflicting situation, the interest takes a back seat and emotion comes to the front. So what is presented to you as the mediator, or presented even to the public, up a police station there, sir, when you see people are cuss outside, it's not the real interest. It's actually the position. May I go lick him down, ray. That's why you get up there, sir, in the front of the police station. Until they come before the officer, calm down. Then you start to hear, what is your interest? What's the problem? To talk the truth, sir, I have a taxi on the road. He's running a taxi for me. He should have brought the money last night. And he hasn't showed up until now. So I am upset. But when he presents at the police station, he's in a position of being upset and angry and ready to hurt somebody. So that's his position. So you as the mediator and any conflict manager have to look beyond the position that you see this person in, the violent, aggressive position, and look at what the issue is underlying that position. Make sense? All right, excellent. Thank you for the question. Any other questions? All right, thank you. You've been a lovely audience. Thank you for your time. And do send any questions you have to myself. You can get the organizers to get in touch with me, or you can talk to the Dispute Resolution Foundation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. So it was a very packed presentation, but we do know that there's just so much more that can happen from the conversation. And we know as well that you would need a quick break. But just before we go to break, we are going to have a performance by our saxophonist. And I'd love to ask a couple of questions because I know we're taking notes and we are great students here today, correct? Awesome. So let me just grab my notes. While someone answers their phone. All right, so there was a question at the start of the presentation about what's happening currently in our world, and there was the name of a country that was mentioned as the mediator. What's the name of the country? Pakistan, right. And this is not a prize question, guys. I don't have any prize, but I still want you to answer, right? Okay, so a number of areas were mentioned when it comes on to mediation. We had the mediation process. Can anybody tell me at least 1 point from the mediation process? Yes? Being prepared. Yes, I see our moderator, our presenter is nodding, so I'm trusting that's correct, yes. And then we also had some communication skills in mediation. Anybody wants to shout any of those? I like this teacher, you know, I think she really deserves a prize because she have her notes, and each time I ask a question, she just put up her hand. But I'm going to give a student at the back this time. So some of the skills in mediation. Skills in mediation, communication skills in mediation. I don't think that's one of the skills. Managing emotion.
Yes, it is. To be empathetic. Empathy, yes.
All right, is it because I'm a student who write down exactly what I see on the board? All right, so it's managing expectations.
Yeah, well, yes. It can be phrased in another way of being empathetic. Thank you. Being empathetic. So yes, managing emotions, because when persons are upset, they are extremely emotional.
All right, nice. Yes? Active listening, good job. Who wants to go again? We had about 5 of them, and we just had 2, managing emotions and active listening. Anybody wants to share a third one? Yes? reframing negative statements. Awesome. So we have a great set of listeners in the space. There were some challenges noted as well as some tips. So I just want 2 tips that were shared. Watch the hands going up. Yes? Remain calm and objective. And to the back. Yes, that's you. 3rd row to the back. Encourage. Empathy. I see I have somebody here who's focused on the emotional aspects because she's the same person who answered earlier. Oh, I see a hand in the middle. Lovely. Focus on the? Focus on the interest, not the position. Awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm very happy that she was able to give me an answer. That's my first signed answer for today. And I'm encouraging my other sign language users to share in the responses. And I see the gentleman here, watch him. Don't look at the teacher talking to you. Yes, I'm talking to you. He is? All right, so I'm trusting that we'll get some responses from them after they get some lunch, right? All right, but until then, we're going to hear from Mr. Raheem Fletcher, our saxophonist, as he presents. We've been here today and we're seeing all sorts of different presentation when it comes down to the creativity of our young people. Earlier we had the sign language ministry. We had some drama coming out. I absolutely love seeing the interaction between the 2 schools. It would seem like they were on JCDC from a long time. Did they just meet this morning? Give them a round of applause, please. That was a great presentation because I was saying to someone outside, do they know each other? Because this seemed like it's something I practiced a long time, so thank you so much for that. And that goes to show just how much when we're in this space together, we can actually gravitate and learn quickly. All right, so we're grateful for the HUSH Symposium that has brought that across. And yes, I believe he will need a stand. Oh, sorry, it's the fancy one, all right.
Good afternoon again, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. And I hope as I play this song, it may be a blessing to your heart.
Come around and go on the stage. That was excellent. Give him another round of applause, please. Anybody in here can do what he just did? No? Anybody else plays any other sort of instrument? We play football. We play Chinese skip. I'm not talking to the adults here. Do we know what Chinese skip is? Marble. It's only the adults are still nodding their head. What is going on? So what were young people? What we're playing now? Somebody says social media, volleyball, netball and badminton. That sound uptown. All right. So we are doing something beyond being in the classroom and being on our phones, right? I'm not hear enough yeses, you know. I think we need to go outside and touch some grass. Just to kind of reconnect with Earth. Because we can't just be sitting on the phones, guys. We have to connect with something different. Whether it be a musical instrument, a sport, talking to somebody, or interacting with somebody through sign language. We need to be engaged with other people, other human beings in real life, right? That is one of the ways that we can definitely connect with each other. All right, so again, some changes to the program. At this time, we are going to take a quick break, and the break will include myself walking around to the different booths so you can hear what's happening at the booths, and then you, our audience, you'll also be moving around to the different booths. Now, I want you to remember that you need to interact with the booths. There are different QR codes that have been made at the registration area as well as on the screen. From time to time, I believe you would have seen the QR code on the screen. And there is a Ministry of National Security's We Transform handbook that comes up on the screen, which has information on the essential services that young people need to tap into. Yes? Mr. AV, has that been coming up on the screen? I am not seeing the screen here, guys. He said sometimes. All right, and we have our devices so we can scan and see. So just to make a note that our booth holders here today are RADA, Manchester Restorative Justice Center, Jamaica 4-H Club, Harchus NSDA, and Institute of Jamaica. So we will invite you to move around to the different booths. Oh, just before I do that, if you did not order your lunch, I really hope that you have made other arrangements because lunch will be happening soon. Yes? Everybody ordered their lunch, right? Yes? I saw a hand go up at the back. I can't hear what you're saying. Okay, so the HIV STI unit has a mobile unit outside, and for our adults in the room, we're inviting them to go in and speak to our representative, yes? Right, and while I am going around, I should be able to speak with one of those reps that are in that mobile unit. So at this time, we are going to take a quick break. You will be hearing my voice interacting with the different booth holders. You are being invited to interact with the booth holders as well. And the sound that you will hear regarding lunch will come after I finish with the interactions with the booths. All right? Any questions? So like somebody ready to get up. I see a hand at the back, so you have to wait. Yes? By 12. So lunch is en route, I can say. It's not here, so we invite them to get snacks, water, and tea. We also have some refreshments to my left, your right. That's to the back of the room, so they can get something warm while we wait. And we know how the young people are, you know, if they don't eat quickly and on time, they get very grumpy. But we are going to have a great rest of day, right? See the grumpy starting on Miss Palmer. But it's fine. So we're going to do some walkthroughs of the booth so you can stretch your legs. After the walkthrough of the booth, lunch should be available, and you will hear when I made the announcements regarding lunch. And I invite you again to go around, interact with the booths. Note that incentives will be provided in regards to your interactions at the booths, so we needed to go around and speak with the different areas. All right? Thank you so much.
I am grateful for the love you gave to me. My heart is overwhelmed. I don't wanna call you only when I'm in need.
Just to remind you that our booth holders here today are the Jamaica Business Development Corporation, JBDC, Heart Trust NSTA, Jamaica 4-H Club, RADA, National Council on Drug Abuse, Restorative Justice, the Institute of Jamaica, and our HIV/STI unit from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Your presence is so dear to me. Your glory is all I need. Oh, rain, Jesus, rain. Oh, 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 oh. I'm saying, Jesus, your presence is so dear to me. Your glory is all I need. Rain, Jesus, rain. Oh, 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 oh. Can I say success if success never came from you?
Check.
How can I say my dreams were accomplished if my dreams weren't sent by you? All I'm saying, nothing really matters. Jesus, if I can't feel you. Oh, oh. For the sake of your name, Lord, forgive my iniquity. Give me understanding
1, 2, 3.
so I can
1, 2, 3.
keep
Test
your
it.
laws with dignity.
Test.
You fill my heart with joy. Oh, merciful, oh Lord, I love you. I love you. Oh, I'm saying, Jesus, your presence is so dear to me. Your glory.
All right, so we are now moving around to the booths that are on the patio area. And up first, we have RADA, and their representative will be Mr. Jermaine Griffiths. All right, so Mr. Griffiths, let us know what you do at RADA first of all, and what you are doing here today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are providing technical service. We are displaying vegetables. We are displaying foods that made from the natural vegetables, such as we have the dasheen wine, we have cassava flour. So these things is made locally by farmers within the parish of Manchester and social service officer.
Okay, so you're saying then that all the produce here is based from the Manchester RADA office
Along with farmers in the parish.
and farmers within the parish. So I'm trusting that these are all persons who would have been registered with RADA.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, great. So in terms of Rada's contribution to the space and all the items that we have here, is it that persons can buy or you're just actually just displaying?
The, the produce that is bottled is here to purchase along to display, but the fresh produce from the ground, we use it as a display.
Okay, so some items are for display while others can be purchased here. So I want to just do a quick walkthrough of what is on display. Just very quickly, I see here sweet potato porridge mix. I see soaps. I'm looking at a beetroot pineapple jam. That's interesting. And it says Rada. Is it that Rada that's actually produced by Rada?
Anything with the RADA logo is made at RADA.
Okay, I am learning something new. I did not know that Rada made things.
Yeah, we do.
So what are some of the other items that RADA does beyond the persons who are registered here with RADA? What are some of the produce or, it wouldn't be a produce, this is somewhat of a final product because it's a beetroot pineapple jam. Okay, what are some of the things that RADA produces?
In terms of the raw produce,
Well, the overall production in terms of the jam, you said that you have other things that has the RADA logo.
yes. We normally make, like, say for example, mashed potato ice cream. We made tomato juice. Yeah. We do the flour, breadfruit flour, sweet potato flour, yam flour, a wide variety of things, and everything is sold at the office also.
Okay, nice. And that's where I was just going to go. If persons are listening and they're interested in getting access to these products and beyond the Manchester office, because you know we have persons all the way from Kingston here, we have persons from St. Elizabeth and all over. Can they go to other RADA offices to get these produce?
It's across the 14 parish.
Okay, nice. Sounds good. So go ahead and give us a contact number, contact details where they can find out more about RADA and what RADA has been up to.
All right, so you can find us at right. Our office is located behind KFC. For the farmers here who are not registered, they can go to the office to register.
Okay, so we're encouraging farmers to register. We're encouraging persons to just come by and also buy items from RAD. And they can definitely come by this booth to get more information. And I see you have some hydro farming that's happening here. And trusting that when persons come by, they can see some processes and spaces that they can actually farm with small spaces in their homes, right?
So this is a hydroponics farming. It's a sileless farming. So this is done by strictly water and nutrients.
And these items growing out of them process?
Yes. So we have like lettuce, cantaloupe, basil that can produce in the hydroponics, even strawberry.
Okay, lovely. Sounds good. So be sure to come by the RADA booth so you can get some more information and see how they are using technology, they're looking at sustainability, and how, you know, we can really farm in small spaces within our homes. All right, so we are now on the inside to the back of the room, and here we are with Ministry of Health and Wellness. What's your name, please, and what's your position with the ministry?
So I'm Kiba Graham Lindsay, Parish Behavior Change Communication Coordinator for the HIV STI units.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for being here today. What exactly are you really sharing about today, and why is this important for our attendees?
All right, so behavior change is a wide area, but the aim is to really change negative behaviors to reinforce positive behaviors. However, in terms of being specific to the youths that are here and having them engage is to really look at sexual reproductive health and to highlight the implications of early sexual exposure and to really have them look at positive behaviors instead of being pressured into having early sexual engagements.
Okay, and I see you have a number of different pamphlets available that gives details on contraceptive methods. There is also information on, well, contraceptive methods including IUD, the pill. We also have details on the condom, as well as some information about knowing your HIV status. So we are inviting you to stop by the booth that is at the back of the room so that you can get some more information from our representative from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And you will be hearing some more details later this afternoon about Ministry of Health's involvement in today, and especially from the HIV STI unit. Thank you so much again. Okay, no problem. All right, so we are just going to hop on over to Jamaica 4-H clubs. Yes, here is great. Good day, sir. What's your name, please?
My name is Dwayne Moody, and I'm the parish manager for the Manchester 4-H clubs. And I have with me Mrs. Marsha Russell, who is the Home Economics Coordinator for the Central Region of Jamaica 4-H clubs.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, both of you, for being here. So I want to find out what's happening at your booth, and, why did you see the importance of being at this activity today?
All right, thank you. So I'm going to take half of the presentation, and Mrs. Russell will take the next half. Sure. So we're here today because we are supporting the initiative by the Institute of Jamaica to reaching out to our young people to show them what is available there for them in terms of opportunities, etc. And so what we're doing today at the Jamaica 4-H clubs, at our booth, we have displays of agro-processing that Mrs. Russell will speak to you about, which is basically high-end agriculture. So we take it from the farm to the plate. So when you have excess, you have to know how to preserve it and to have it for the future. And so we're actually showcasing those. We're also be giving away some seedlings, or we're actually giving away some seedlings and some seeds, vegetable seeds, assorted vegetable seeds, and we're giving away sweet corn seedlings and tomatoes. So
you said giving away, meaning that I don't have to bring any money, come?
Not at all, $0. And so we're encouraging young persons to do their backyard farming. They can take these seedlings home, plant them in containers, and watch them grow and produce. And at the end of it, they can give their neighbors some.
Lovely. And this is where we're talking about, sharing is caring. And when we do our backyard farming, we definitely need to ensure that we're sharing with our neighbors.
Indeed.
Awesome. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here this afternoon to showcase our agro-processed products. So in Jamaica, we talk about food security. So we want to use what we have here and ensure that we have them even when they're out of season. So what we do a lot of preserves, and we do like preserves, meaning like we do jellies, we do flowers and all those. If we have our sweet potato, we have it in excess, like we plant it at Burnham Field in Clarendon. So excess, what we do, we make our sweet potato flour, we make our sweet potato chutney, and Also have a sweet potato festival mix that's coming.
Okay, nice. So I just heard your colleague mention that we have some seedings given away. So you're giving away the jam and stuff too, or I have to buy them?
No, we don't have it. We are just showcasing today. But if you need any to buy, we have them available at Demby.
Oh, at Demby?
Show is coming up, so we'll have them in vast amount at Demby show.
All right, so promotions as well here for Demby show that comes up in August, yes?
Yes, end of July to the first week of August.
All right, great. So you definitely see our Jamaica 4-H team from Manchester at Denby. The entire Jamaica 4-H, not just from Manchester. All right, lovely. So thank you so much again for being here, and save my ceilings are coming for them, all right?
Thank you too.
All right, great. All right, so up next, we will be speaking with our representative from the National Council on Drug Abuse. So just remind me of your name, please, and your post.
Justine Marshall Baker, Parish Coordinator, Manchester.
For Manchester. Okay, Mrs. Baker. So let us know what the National Council on Drug Abuse is doing here today, as well as the importance to actually being a part of this activity.
Thank you so very much. The National Council on Drug Abuse, as you know, is the only department in the Ministry of Health and Wellness that deals with drug misuse, drug use, drug prevention, and our aim is to have this drug-free Jamaica. And so today we are partnering with all the other organizations here, and we are sharing the negative impact of substance use, especially early, especially this is a youth symposium. We want to educate, make them more aware, you know, so that they can make the choices that would really help them to hold things together and have a very bright future. So we have mounted a display. We have already shared a presentation, and now we are answering any questions, any queries. With the National Council on Drug Abuse, we also do drug tests. We're not doing drug tests today, but we do drug tests. We do counseling as well, and presentations all over, just building the awareness. We really want to help our young people, especially our people in general, but more so our young people. We can't afford to lose anymore. We can't afford to lose anymore, so yes.
Okay, great. We appreciate you being here, because this war on drug abuse is just something that doesn't seem like it wants to leave us, but we know it can.
It can, and we are working hard to, one, prevent, see if we can help our young people not to begin at all. So the prevention harm is what we are pushing, and where there is harm, we are also educating and hoping that people will reduce and quit the habit and really get on with living. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mrs. Baker. And you can find the National Council on Drug Abuse to my right, or to the right of the auditorium, and they have their banner displayed. It says, "Happy, Healthy, Drug-Free Jamaica." And that is definitely something that we're channeling. Thank you so much. Be sure to stop by their booth. I see they have a lovely social media banner that they can take some photos with, and they also have some giveaways, and you can sign up on spot. All right? So, well, you can register to get more information, and we love to see them more in the schools that are participating here today. So up next, we are going to hear from our Jamaica Business Development Corporation, that's JBDC, the representative from JBDC. All right, so we're now joined by our representative from JBDC. So let us know your name and your position and what you're doing here today.
Okay, so my name is Sansia Campbell. I'm the Partnerships and Events Coordinator. I came down from Kingston. And today we're just here to share the information about entrepreneurship and business development with the participants in today's activities.
Okay, it sounds good. So for those of us who may not know, tell us a bit about JBDC, what the entire corporation is about, and how persons who may be interested in being entrepreneurs, how they can get involved.
Okay, so we are the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. We are a government agency, and our main business is helping persons, whether individuals or groups or partnerships, who want to start businesses, or persons who already have a business but want to grow the business. We can provide them with a myriad of support, starting from as small as a conversation. You have an idea in your head, you're not sure how you're gonna go about, bringing it to life. We have that conversation with you, help you to flesh out the idea, and we take it as far as to export, because we deal with a wide range of entrepreneurs. So it's products, it's services. So products can range from anything agro-processing, fashion, books, candles, whatever it is. And you want to go into international markets. Local markets, definitely. But when you want to go international, we can help you as well.
Okay, that sounds good. So you've said from a conversation to exports. So does this conversation and all of this engagement, does it come at a cost to the potential entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs?
No, because we're a government organization, most of what we provide is free of cost. But if there are any costs, there are negligible costs. And if you do pay a cost, it's going to be not market rate. So it's going to be significantly less, and it's quality service that we provide.
Sounds awesome. So if you have an entrepreneurial mindset and you definitely, or you've started something and you need some information, the JBDC is here to provide free information, guys. There's no charge. There's no cost to it, so we definitely encourage you to stop by. There are a blue tent right beside the National Council on Drug Abuse, so please stop by and get the information. And I also see that you're signing up persons, so this is if persons are interested in more information, yes?
Yes, more information, and persons would have come and said, I either want to start or I've already started, but I need guidance, and that's where we come in.
Okay, great. So I definitely need to come and stop by so I can, because hosting and services such as these are also encouraged, yes?
Absolutely, and whole heap of money in it too.
All right, that is what I want to hear. All right, thank you so much. So I'll be stopping by shortly. All right, so up next, I want to invite another booth holder. I see the Ministry of Justice, their Restorative Justice Unit, and the representative from the Ministry of Justice. From the Manchester Justice Center, we're now going to invite a representative. All right, so go ahead and tell us your name and your position and what you're doing here today. All right, so while we await the next booth holder, I am seeing where the Jamaica 4-H Club is having a very active booth right now. They have students from the Grovetown Primary and Infant School. The teachers and the students, they are getting their samples. I'd love to know, Miss, like I'm in class, you know, Miss, what plan do you have? Come and tell me about the plant you have and why you're so excited over here. What's going on? Oh, well, firstly, your name and your school.
Latoya Solomon Valentine, Grovetown Primary and Infant.
So what have you so excited over here, Miss?
No, my students are just asking me how do they plant these nice little baby sucklings. Can you imagine? If she must plant it in the bush, I tell her to plant it in a container.
All right, you see, this is why we need spaces and communication like this, because we are promoting, and at the Jamaica 4-H Club, as well as RADA, they're promoting backyard farming, and also, you know, and backyard don't mean that it's running back in the bush, right? It means on your veranda and your patio as well.
Or in a container.
Or in a container. So which plants do you have here, and why are you so excited about them too?
Well, because I'm a plant lover and I'm always planting flowers and other things, I'm excited about my sweet corn and my tomato. Or we'd say in Jamaica, tomatis.
Tomatis. All right, sounds good. So I'm very happy to see that they are learning in this space. And I trust that when they go back to school, and this can also encourage farming at the school.
Yes, man, because it's a farming community that we're a part of.
Okay.
South Manchester.
Sounds good. So South Manchester and the students are excited to get back and to do their planting in the different spaces. I'm still coming by Jamaica 4-H Club to get my free seedlings, you know. But until then, we will just go ahead. So we'll go ahead with our representative from the restorative justice team. Tell us your name, your position, and what you're doing here today.
Hi, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. My name is Nadia McLaren. I'm the Parish Restorative Justice Officer for Manchester, and today we have a booth display on compound, and we have the students and the staff coming to interact to know about the restorative justice, the process, and how persons can benefit from what we offer.
All right, sounds good. So what it is that you do offer, and what are some of the benefits?
All right, so restorative justice deals with conflict resolution. So when parties of a stake have a dispute, we are the one that come on board to help them to resolve the conflict that they have at hand. We offer services. We have referrals coming in from the court, the police, and even from the community. So persons who have their disputes, once you make a contact with us and both parties are willing to participate, then that's how we come in play. And also we go further to have conversations or interventions with the community. So persons would have come from community, and those persons in the community would have been affected as well. And we not only have the offender and the victim coming together, but the community as whole, to have a more wholesome intervention to bring back healing and reconciliation among the parties.
All right, sounds great. So the mediation conversation earlier would have been something that would have been an interest, and is also a service that would be offered by your team, yes?
It's similar. So we deal with facilitation. So it's similar to the mediation process. And we do restorative practice where we go out into school and have a 2-day training to give persons the skills to deal with the conflicts before it comes to the harm, before the incidents, before the conflicts. So it's a before the hand approach. So we give them the skills to deal with those situations. So when it's escalating, then you'll step in and have it de-escalated before you have a conflict.
All right, great. Thank you so much again. The restorative justice team is on the patio, and they have a great number of pamphlets and other information. I also see that they have some giveaway items, so persons can stop by to. I see you smiling. You know, you don't want to give away the giveaways. So persons can stop by and find out how you can win one of the cute tokens that I see over there. All right, thank you so much again from that team. Up next, we have Heart NSTA Trust. What's your name, please, and what's your role and what you're doing here today?
All right, great. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. So my name is Troy Neil Lewis, and I'm the Library and Media Resource Officer for Region 5. And I'm here with the Newport campus. That's one of the campus in our region, and also the Manchester Parish office. So what we're doing here today is to bring to our stakeholders our program offering that we have, and also to promote our program, which we have on display now is Allied Health, where we're offering blood sugar tests and also BMI tests for all our participants. But not just that, we also have registration for them, so persons who want to do evening courses such as supervisory management, customer service, they can come to that booth and do the registration. And also to interact with us, to hear some of our program offering, what is going on, and also to promote our programs in our region. Because you know, we at heart, skill is power, and we are here to ensure that this is aligned with this wonderful function.
All right, sounds great. I love that skills is power, and that is exactly what we've been channeling here today, and that's what Heart is also doing. Now, I saw earlier that you had quite a number of persons just bombarding your booth, so I'm trusting that they would have been able to share or to sign up to get information. We do have schools that are from a number of parishes here. We have St. Mary, St. Elizabeth. We also have from Kingston and Clarendon, but you've noted that this is Region 5, so let us know more about the regions for Heart and how persons can perhaps get in touch if they are not from this particular region and want some more information.
Well, that's an excellent question, but we do also have information on the other programs, because we have our brochure that gives you programs also from the St. Elizabeth region as well, because Region 5 constitutes of Manchester and St. Elizabeth. So the program offering will also be from St. Elizabeth and Manchester, but we also have some programs from either our neighboring parish as well, Clarendon, Ebony Park, that we will provide information. And not just that, for persons that need more information, we can provide our contact details for them, and they can call for any offices that they are near.
Here, does Heart, I know this may be throwing you on the spot, but does Heart have any sort of accessibility when it comes down to their courses for students who may be hearing impaired or for those who are visually impaired?
Well, currently we're teaching special need programs, and we're incorporating these more in our curriculum. But at the moment, we don't have a set programs to say we deal with persons that maybe is physically impaired or hearing, but it is being included in our curriculum, so we can take it on for the new financial year, or we can include. And just the other day we did an assessment at the Caribbean Center for the Deaf, where we did a customer service assessment with persons, and that went well, where we had a translator and all of that. So it's an inclusive environment that we're trying to cater for everyone.
Absolutely love it. So again, everyone who's here, you do have an opportunity to learn something through the skills programs that are offered by Heart. And to my knowledge and based on my readings, these programs are at no cost or very low cost.
From level 1 to 5, it's totally free, because you know the new mandate from the organization. So once you come by and register and sign up and you meet the requirements, you are good to go. And we are ready here to take care of you and ensure that you remember that skill is power and skill pay the bills.
Skills pays the bills, and skill is power. And that's the final message here from Heart NSTHS. Thank you so much again. We really appreciate it. And again, especially for the facilitators and the teachers that are here from the schools from the Christian deaf schools and from all the other inclusive schools, that you can actually still sign up for the skills training programs. He said that levels 1 to 5 are free, guys. We love a free education. And do some more reading, because you can also move with your Heart certificates and other skill certificates across the CARICOM region. So our final booth holder is the Institute of Jamaica. So just inviting the representative from the Institute of Jamaica. Hi. What's your name? What's your role? And, well, it's your event, so yes.
Okay, so my name is Anelka Wisdom. I'm the Public Relations Officer here at the Institute of Jamaica. And as you guys may already know, we are the one hosting this event through our division, Programs Coordination Division. So just a little backstory or history about the Institute. Our main mandate is for the encouragement of literature, science, and arts, and we do this through galleries and museums, exhibitions, libraries, and even events like this one.
All right, great. Sounds good. And events like this one, as you mentioned, this one in particular caters to a conversation surrounding young people. Why is that important? Now, earlier we would have heard the mention that this institution is over 150 years old. 147, you know, I need to get that right. I will get it right, I promise. So it's almost 150 years old. And so there's some legacy that is behind it. So why did you decide to host an event such as this? And why do you think it's important to even move it out of Kingston and bring it to this side of the country?
Okay, so events like this, which targets youth, are very important because in our current society, there are a lot of things influencing them. There's social media, there's the music, there are family members. So an institute just like IOJ, 147 years, we do events like this to reach them. We normally do it in Kingston, but this year we wanted to reach different students across different parishes, and maybe next year we may go even further to reach others who can't get the opportunity to reach in Kingston.
Sounds great. And I'm trusting that, you know, the students that we've seen here are some who perhaps have not interacted perhaps with our booth holders before. We would have heard from HEART, we heard from the Ministry of Wellness. So to have these students being able to interact with these different booth holders is something that the IOJ should be very proud of.
Yes, we're very proud that they could get the opportunity to interact with these booth holders. You have HEART, who is teaching them about different career paths. You have the 4-H. They're very excited about the plants. Some came over to our booth showing us their corns and tomatoes, which they will be planting, telling us the process that they learn. Also, the National Council of Drug Abuse, that is very important because there are a lot of substances that kids are now exposed to, such as the vaping, cigarettes, yes, as young as grade 6 are smoking these days. So it's very important that everyone here gets the opportunity to reach persons over this side of the island.
All right, great. Thank you so much again. And that's our PR representative from the Institute of Jamaica. And that covers all our booth holders. I'm trusting that I didn't miss any booth holder. I think the only booth holder I missed was the lunch tent. And as I mentioned, lunch tent, I'm happy to announce that lunch is here. Correct, Ms. Palmer? So lunch is here and is now being served. The time is now 1:16, so we'll give... So the lunches are being distributed now. So we're inviting you, well, through the facilitators and the teachers, that each student collects their lunch and come back into the auditorium, because you would have been outside interacting, so we're inviting you to come back into the auditorium. You can have your lunch in here. We're inviting you to just come in quickly, have your lunch, and the next time you hear an announcement from me is when we will be resuming. So 20 minutes, we'd love for you to just get the lunches, have them inside the auditorium, and in 20 minutes time or so, we will resume today's program. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, thank you so much for your patience. We want to, just a second. All right, so we just had lunch, we visited the booths, and now we are ready. We are ready to get started, or to restart the program, rather. I am going to ask to be on standby our representative from the JBDC. Thank you very much, sir. So, how was lunch, everyone? It seems like we need to do stretching. Huh? What, ask in sign language, how was lunch? Who wants to answer? It was all right, it was good. Just all right, just good. Okay, so we love that you enjoyed lunch. All right, great. So before we get started, I want everyone to stand up. We're just going to reconnect with the space. Stand up, up. Just stand up. Just gonna flash off the itis. I know some persons may still be having their lunch, and we would have seen where some of the schools had to also leave, and we are very grateful that they were able to join us today. All right, so we're gonna do a very quick game, and I want us all to participate just so we can get the blood flowing again, right? So I'm gonna say a word of a body part and you're gonna touch it. And the quicker you are, the better, yes? Ready? All right, head, shoulder, knee, head, belly. That's supposed to fall. Somebody, I see where somebody was thinking I was gonna say shoulder, but I actually said belly because your belly is full, right? Knees, head, shoulders, knees, toes. Head, shoulders, knees, toes. Head, shoulders, knees, toes. Belly. Belly, not your shoulder, so your belly. All right, nice. So we are awake, we are awake. Thank you so much for participating. Clap yourself while you take a seat. All right, nice. So we're going to have our next presenter for this afternoon, or our first presenter rather for this afternoon. This is Miss Shauna Lowe, and she is the Business Development Officer from the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. That's JBDC. So we just want to welcome Miss Lowe as she makes her presentation. And she will be sharing on, let me tell you, the business of life. Correct? Awesome. So please stay tuned and be sure to ask your questions right after. Miss Lowe?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, gosh. Good afternoon, everyone. Much better. All right? I'm so sorry that so many of your colleagues are going to miss this very important presentation, but nonetheless. All right, so I was already introduced. My name is Shauna Lowe, and I'm the Business Development Officer for JBDC. All right, JBDC stands for Jamaica Business Development Corporation. Everybody got that? Awesome. So when you hear JBDC, I know that you know what the acronym stands for. What is it that you think we do? Anybody? Any bright spark? Business, business development, fair enough. Any student wants to try? What do you think we do? No guesses? No smart guesses? Yes, at the back? Yes, brilliant. Thank you so much. So we help individuals to create or grow their own businesses, all right? So in a nutshell, in summary, that is what we do. So I'm just going to tell you a bit more about JBDC and then a little bit about entrepreneurship. I won't be long, okay? All right, so the JBDC was formed in 2001. We are a government-owned company, okay? And we fall under MIC. Anybody knows which ministry is MIC? What does the acronym MIIC stands for? Ministry of Industry, Investment, and, all right, remember to watch the news, okay? All right. Now we are solely responsible for helping the MSME sector. I'm going to use a lot of acronyms, so when you leave here today, you're going to understand them when you hear them on the news, okay? So the MSME sector stands for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, okay? So no matter how small the business is, JBDC is here to provide support. We do have, our head office is in Kingston on Camp Road. However, we have 6 All right, we are back again. But everybody had heard when I said we have our head office in Kingston and 6 centers island-wide, right? All right, so the office in Mandeville services both Manchester and St. Elizabeth, okay? So we have clients in Manchester and St. Elizabeth. That's what that means. So our mission is to ensure entrepreneurial success. Basically, an entrepreneur is someone who takes on the risk to start a business, okay? Our main objectives at JBDC is to strengthen the existing businesses in our country, to provide support. We also make recommendations for policy, because we're in government, right? And overall, we are here to ensure that our businesses, our local businesses, are technologically advanced, so that's innovation, right? You know, you may know a lot of small businesses, but they're not using technology as they should. We have a mandate to help business owners with that.
We also assist with helping persons access new markets. In other words, get new customers, okay? Or even work with individuals to export to other countries. How is this done? So if you have a business idea, it's as early as the business idea stage that we work with you. Even if you are not sure. So at that stage, we provide coaching and trainings to help you to narrow down your business idea, okay? If you are making a product, we assist with that process as well. We help you to make samples or a prototype. In Kingston, we do have a resource center where you can use to develop your products and get extra assistance in enhancing your products. Unfortunately for now, that kind of facility is only in Kingston, but you know, later on, we will have other centers, okay? Our core products that we provide, our core services include training, counseling. Counseling is free. Most trainings are free, because I said we are a government institution, okay? So most of what we provide is free. We also assist with access to funding. So you may need some money. We don't give money. We don't give out loans. However, we help to prepare you to access money for your business. We have several departments within JBDC. So we have our marketing department that can help you with designing like your labels for your products. So say you want to make honey, jam, or you know, any product that needs a label. We also have an entire department within JBDC that can help to design that for you. Are there any questions so far? No? All right. So these are the steps. So you have a business idea. You can either call JBDC or visit the nearest location, okay? And you speak with the officer who is available. That officer will register your information in our system. There's no charge, and from that day forward, you will become a client of JBDC and is then able to access all the assistance available for your business. Is it clear? Clear. Okay, awesome. So we're on the outside. We do have brochures and so on if you need additional information. Mind you, young people, doesn't matter how young you are able to see and understand that in life, it's not simple to earn money. We are all aware of this. From like, as soon as you know yourself, you're aware of this. You can see the difficulties and challenges financially of your family, your friends, your loved ones, right? You have to start planning as part of your education. I know the main plan is to go to school, get subjects, and start working somewhere, okay? But I don't know if anyone has told you, in most instances, a 9 to 5 does not provide adequate income to support your dreams, okay? And so I'm encouraging you to start thinking of entrepreneurship. Start thinking of starting a business as a means of your journey to wealth and financial independence for your family. Fair enough? Fair enough? I want you to commit to this, you know. It's very important. Just start. You're very young now.
So you can even take 1 year, 2 years to formulate the idea. And then test your idea, meaning try out your product or your service among your family and your friends. All right? Because life is not easy. And when you're struggling financially and you're not, but you would have probably experienced maybe through your own life or through your friends, what it looks like when you're not able to afford food, your money for transport. Am I speaking to you? Yes, or if you have someone who is sick and you're not able to take them to the doctor. Okay, so start thinking about financial independence. Start thinking about what kind of business can I start to ensure my financial independence later in life. Okay? Because I don't want you to find out when you are at a certain age that really and truly I should have thought of another way to be earning income. Encourage your families and friends as well to come to the JBDC, of course the adults, right? If you have a business idea and you want to maybe work through your mom or a mature adult, you can, and have them visit the JBDC for assistance. All right? So that is our short presentation for today. There were no questions or comments, right? No questions? Okay, all right. Thank you so much for listening. Please stop by before you leave. I will now hand over to our moderator. Thank you so much. Here too. So thanks again to Miss Lowe. Check. All right, so we have a giveaway. And I'm trusting that we were all listening. And this giveaway is also open to the hearing community. So are you guys ready? Can I get a signal if we're ready for the giveaway from JBDC? All right. What's this? Ready. See, I learned. Thank you. And this is thank you. Thank you. Nice. All right, so the question is, what are 3 products or services offered by the JBDC? Stand up. One more. Was that 3? One more. Who wants to encourage him? Somebody trying to help him, man. Say it louder, let him hear you. Branding and packaging. All right, lovely. Come on up and collect your prize, please. So come around and give him, come on, give him a louder clap than that. Nice, nice. What's your name, sir? Oh, he's the head boy from Grovetown Primary School. What's your name? Nathaniel Graham. Congratulations, Nathaniel Graham, Mr. Head Boy. And thanks again to our representative from the JBDC. All right, so I have to say thank you to our sign language interpreters who spent today with us. Let me just confirm their names so that we can say a genuine thank you. As you can see, I have a whole lot of papers going on right here, but I'm working on it. All right, so our interpreters are Mr. Tariq Donaldson and Ms. Derona McFarlane. They actually have to leave now, but we really want to thank them for today, right? We want to thank them so much for being here today. All right, so up next, we will be having a presentation from the Parish Behavior Change Communications Coordinator,
with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Let me go again. She's the Parish Behavior Change Communication Coordinator, quite a mouthful, from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. This is Ms. Kiba Graham Lindsay. Make her welcome, please. And we will also say thank you again to our interpreters who have to leave as we now hear from Mrs. Graham.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so sorry that, so many persons would have to leave already. But regardless, I am happy to share the information. So firstly, I was already introduced. My name is Kiba Graham Lindsay, Parish Behavior Change Communication Coordinator for Manchester Health Department. So we're going to look at sexual reproductive health. And in terms of sexual reproductive health, anybody is aware what sexual reproductive health is about? All right, so in the interest of time, sexual reproductive health is the state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being in matters relating to reproductive system. And of course, as students, as adolescents, as youth in school, we should not think about being reproductive in terms of having persons to care for as caregivers. So it is really the knowledge that enables individuals to have safe sexual life, but it's also to encourage positive enforcement that based on your age group, that is not one of the responsibilities that you should all focus on. So it covers access to contraception, maternal health, STI prevention, and protection from violence. So I'm really going to zoom in really into the STI preventions and some of the main key components of sexual reproductive health. So when we talk about contraceptives or family planning, persons only view it from the standpoint that you're thinking about how many children to have. But the flip side is you're thinking about when to have children. Do any of us want to have children in school? No, right? So you do not want to be engaged in any sexual engagement at an early age as adolescent or as youth because the outcome that can happen. We don't want to be school dropouts. And when we look at STI prevention and treatment, we look at education and services for preventing and treating sexual transmitted infection. I want to point out that at our age, we do not want to focus so much on being engaged in sex because sex comes with responsibility. And also there are many different issues surrounding meaning STIs that can occur. The fact that persons would have engaged in sexual intercourse at an early age, which we try to prevent by providing you with the knowledge and information. The case is we try to prevent the behavior and we try to encourage more supportive or positive behaviors. So STI prevention, it is the service for preventing and treating STIs. And if we do not engage in sex, we cannot have any STIs. Am I right? Right. So safety and reproductive rights, protection from sexual and gender-based violence, including harmful practices. Because sometimes persons may force persons into sex. You may have incest. You're at home and it's not a safe space in terms of family. You may have an uncle or brother who is telling you otherwise. So we want persons not to be pressured, and hence why we have our guidance counselor and we have our HFLE education in school. So early sexual exposure, early sexual initiation, which often defined as before age 16, is associated with significant long-term negative health social outcomes, including increased risk of STIs, I mentioned earlier, unplanned pregnancies, depression, substance abuse. Imagine you have a timetable, you have a roster to show that you have exams next week. And as females, you're worried and you're concerned about if your menstrual cycle is going to come. You can't focus on studying because now you would have been engaged in sex and then now you're now focused to say, I wonder if my cycle is going to start. Then that is not a balance. And for our young men, We do not want to have school dropouts because at the end of the day, if you are in school, you get a young girl pregnant, what can happen is that you now have to provide. Not all the parents is going to stand up. So you're either going to be a school dropout or an unemployed father, which now results into a broken home. So hence we try to prevent those. You know, we always say prevention better than cure. So that is really some things we should really factor in. It is driven by factors like peer pressure, limited education. So when you don't have the information for yourself, another person can tell you anything. So even though I'm here sharing the information with you today, what I do encourage is that you impart knowledge. You leave here, you pass on the information to your colleagues. It is also factors like peer pressure, limited education, low parental supervision, and often leads to risky behavior in adulthood. But you know, we always say we want to catch the root, we want to catch the plant from the, we want to catch it from the root. We want to break the negative and the negative impact that it may have on you. And the implication of early sexual exposure, we look at mental health. So it's increased likelihood of depression, particularly among females who initiate sexual activity before 16, as highlighted in a 2017 study. So as I mentioned, just a little scenario, you're more focused on the fact that, okay, I had sex last week, I hope I don't get pregnant. You cannot balance both because you have the priority to study while you're thinking about if your cycle begin now, that's a competing priority. For young men who would have engaged in sexual activity, no wondering if you got the young girl pregnant and if you're now going to be a young father. So that causes depression and affects your mental health. In terms of reproductive health, elevated risk of unplanned early teenage pregnancy, which can disrupt education and future employment opportunities. So I think it's best to have a takeaway message. The long-term impact looks at starting before 16. You're more likely to experience divorce later on in life. Some persons would have engaged in taking lots of contraceptives. Later on in life, when you want to get pregnant, you can't. So we want to look at so many different harmful impacts as an implication of early sexual exposure. In terms of health outcomes, significantly higher risk for sexual transmitted infection, including HIV, AIDS due to inconsistent condom use. Hence, we are not promoting sexual activity, but we always say it's better to be safe than sorry. For example, you have been pressured into sex and it so happened, it's not what we are encouraging. Then we encourage condom usage because we are not everywhere where you are. And truth to be told, there are times when your parents tell you, do this and you do otherwise. So I'm using this to say we are not encouraged sexual activity. However, in the case where you would have gone beyond what you would have been taught by your parents or by a guidance counselor or by HFLE, we encourage condom usage in cases. But first, abstinence is always best. So we look at irresponsible sexual behaviors. We talk about low or no condom use just in case you are pressured into sex and decide to start, though we encourage abstinence. Reoccurring STIs. Once a person engages in sexual activity and have reoccurring STIs, now you are more prone to contracting HIV. We look at teenage pregnancy, unstable home, unemployment, broken family, and the list goes on. So the implication of early sexual exposure, we have HIV prevalence among Jamaican teenagers. And would you believe that when we look at our prevalence rate based on the population, we have 14% among gay or bisexual adolescent boys. And mind you, these things are happening, right? And we have 27% HIV prevalence rate among transgender adolescents. So when we say adolescent, this is a study that is factual. We do the study, and these things are happening within school. We are not worried about the orientation of a boy or a girl or an adolescent, but we are more focused on how you should protect yourself. So I realize that persons are leaving, but just in a nutshell, I want to use the giveaway. I want to share with you the message, the takeaway message. Of course, I know that from time to time you'd have heard about HIV. I know that it's spread from humans to humans. So it's a myth rejection when we talk about mosquito bites. We cannot catch HIV through mosquito bites. Hence, and it is a virus. It cannot be cured but treated. But once HIV is left untreated, then now it goes into what we call AIDS. Hence, this is the outcome if a person decides not to take their medication. Also, in conclusion, I want to implore to the youths, we will not yield to negative peer pressure. We are not going to engage in early sexual exposure, and we will prevent being unemployed or young fathers in school. We will avoid teenage pregnancy. So we have to bring this message to our peers, to our colleagues, to say it is better to be safe than sorry. If that ever happens, if you can't be good, be careful. We are going to own our decision and shape our future. And with that being said, the decision is for us to know and to differentiate the right from wrong and know that early sexual engagement comes with responsibility. And we do not want to be a part of that statistics in the future that says, okay, I am now a victim of teenage pregnancy, or I am now a young unemployed father. So please pass on the message, share the message. We are going to own our decision and shape our future. Thank you.
All right, awesome. So we want to thank again the team from the ministry. We want to thank the team from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Mrs. Graham Lindsay, who is the Parish Behavior Change Communication Coordinator. And she would have given some very good information, trusting that beyond the audience here in person, that those who are watching online will be able to find great value in the discussion. And just before we move to our final conversation, just our acknowledgements for today, we'll have two last giveaways for those of us who are in person here. And I want to ask just two questions, while I see that we're still getting some donations and tokens from the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. So we have two questions here that would have been from the Council on Drug Abuse. They unfortunately had to leave early, but they did leave two more tokens for us. And this question is, one of the questions directly is for our deaf community that's in-house. So the question is, are we ready? This is ready, yes? Ready? Ready. Okay. So the question is, and I'm just going to ask that you stick your hand up to acknowledge, and then I'll make a note of who you are, and then you can sign, and then the interpreter will let me know what the response is. So the question is, true or false? Vaping is safer than smoking. All right, so I saw the hand that's to the back, to the left. Yes? Yes. False. Is she correct? Yes. So none of them are actually better than the other. We're not smoking and we're not vaping. So you can just come on up and get your token. Come on up and get your token. Teacher, can you just sign her name for me, please? Harmony? Kamali Simpson. So we're telling her to shush. She don't want you to tell her. She's asking me what I'm saying. Oh, okay. I love it. Okay. So I was asking your name. C-A-M-A-L-E-E. Nice. Awesome. I got it. Last name is S-I-N-O. Too fast. S-I-M-P-A-N. S, okay. O, N. Nice. Ooh, I love it. Congratulations. Awesome. All right, so we learn every day, and I love being a student. And so my final question, before we ask Mrs. Jacqueline Boucher to be on standby, is, the final question is, what does the acronym MOHW stand for? MOHW. Hand, yes, I see the hand. Ministry of Health and Wellness. Thank you so much. So come on up for your prize. Tell us your name. Oh, I just made, it was for her. So sorry, miss. We had a double response just now, but we're going to take the student this time around, all right? What's your name? So it's Shakira Anderson from Thompson Town High School. Thank you so much. Give her a hand, everybody. And thanks so much for all who participated in today's prizes and giveaways, and to our donors. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to invite Mrs. Jacqueline Boucher, our Director, Programs Coordination Division of the Institute of Jamaica, where she will do our acknowledgements, following which we'll have a close of day by having the national anthem. Mrs. Boucher.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Institute, through our event today by the Institute of Jamaica, through the Programs Coordination Division, we are always seeking opportunities to affirm our young people. And in this month of May, for the past 16 years, we have been doing this symposium where we affirm and acknowledge our young people. And this event is endorsed by the National Child Month Committee. This year, for the first time in the 16 years since we have been hosting the event, we are having it outside of Kingston. And it is really good to be in Mandeville. At the symposium, it serves as a platform for us to inspire our young people and to have, and encourage them to have the drive to own whatever decision they make, and enable them to have a better and brighter future and to become confident decision makers and change makers. And I want to start my acknowledgement by thanking Ms. Tishna Morgan of the Ridgemount United Church, who set the tone for the day's event by invoking the Lord's presence to be with us. And I also want to use the opportunity to thank Ms. Novia Manning, and the staff of the Ridgemount United Church for accommodating us. I must recognize too our Master of Ceremonies, Mrs. Shauna Gay Wright-Vaughan. Thank you, Mrs. Wright-Vaughan, for so ably guiding the day's proceedings. You have really kept us engaged. Thanks to Mrs. Michelle Creed Nelson, the Executive Director of the Institute of Jamaica, for her warm welcome. Our presenters who took the time to prepare and share with us, Mr. O'Brien Thomas, Ms. Shauna Lowe, Ms. Nadine McDonald, Ms. Kiva Graham Linton. Your participation has certainly enriched this event, and we are especially thankful for the depth of knowledge and the insightful discussions surrounding the various challenges faced by our young people and how they can overcome them. Thank you for highlighting all the areas that you did. Your contribution has enriched our understanding and inspired us to assist our young people in making decisions that will shape their lives positively. We must also thank the booth holders, Heart Trust, Jamaica 4-H, JBDC, Manchester Restoration Justice Center, National Council on Drug Abuse, Rural Agriculture Development Authority, Ministry of Health, and our own institution, Institute of Jamaica. We had representatives there. Your presence and the information you disseminated certainly helped to create a platform for meaningful dialogue and learning. And you certainly helped to make today's event a successful one, and we thank you for your support. To our interpreters, they had to leave, but we sincerely thank Mr. Tariq Donaldson and Ms. Deron McFarlane, who did a remarkable job. Thank you for your support. And to the teachers who have picked up after them, teachers, thank you so much. To the students from the Hands in Praise Sign Language Choir from the Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf, thank you so much for your participation through your performance. We really enjoyed it. Mr. Fletcher, thank you. You both did excellent performances. To the entire staff of the IOJ, including the team from PR and the Assets Department, the staff of the Programs Division, especially Ms. Palmer, who led the planning committee, thank you for ensuring that the various segments of the symposium was well planned and executed. As a team, your commitment to empowering children and youth is truly commendable. Our sound engineer, Mr. Jeff Clark, thank you for making it happen, Jeff. We express our sincere appreciation to all schools, students, teachers, and the general audience in the hall, as well as those persons online. Without you, it would not have been possible. Thanks so much for attending, and especially to our educators who support and encourage our youth every day, enabling them to grow and thrive. We appreciate you. Once again, we express our deepest appreciation to all who have made the HUSH Symposium a memorable and enlightening experience. Your passion and commitment to the well-being and development of our children are truly commendable. Thank you for being a part of this transformative journey, and we look forward to seeing you at the IOJ. We invite you to come and visit our museums and to attend and participate in events at the Institute of Jamaica. Thank you for supporting HUSH, and I really hope that it would have been worth your while being here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Boucher and the team from the Programs Coordination Division from the Institute of Jamaica. So that brings us to the end of today's activity. Again, the team is inviting you to come on by the Institute of Jamaica so that you can learn more, you can see more, and so that you can also share more when you go back into your schools and into your spaces. So at this time, we will be having the national anthem to close us out, and then the next sound you'll hear is from our talented saxophonist Raheem Fletcher as we close out this activity for today. Can we all stand for the national anthem, please? Acknowledging as well our booth holders who are on the outside that we are now standing at attention for the national anthem. Thank you so much again, everyone. My name is Shana K.
I know this, you know, man, it's up, me done.